I do. I would call the drainage committee meeting all the records, fact, Bonneville's absent and first order of approval to accept the resignation of Mr. Brad Diaz from Airport Bell River Consolidated Drainage District Number 1 effective June 19, 2026. Appoint replacement. Motion.
I don't know if y'all have a replacement.
Got a replacement.
Just
Well,
accept
well,
the
well,
resignation.
we're gonna accept the resignation. Motion by Mr. Pro, second by Mr. Alcorn.
I'm not on.
I mean, Mr. Thurn, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. We just, trying to find a replacement.
Yeah.
Press approve and authorize the president to sign CEA as recommended by the parish manager with Lord Nicholson for carpet installation for one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little description that has, what the project is, and it goes by each award. It's just a driveway, and additional points, but recommend.
That's all the CEA.
Yep.
A motion? Motion by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Thurn, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Same thing, press approval. Might need it, can't do that without you.
Sign, well, right?
Okay. All right, press approve and authorize the president to sign the CA as recommended by the parish manager with Brian Benoit for Calvary Companies, Nathan Mark 2. Motion. Motion by Mr. Mathern. Second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval and authorize the president to sign CA as recommended by the parish manager, Lucy Ransom for driveway carpet installation Mark 2. I'm not sure. it's Mark
Just
2.
on that previous one, Brian Bernard should have been Polly Bernard.
Right.
Just for the record. For the record.
And in the water.
Right. Yeah, motion by Mr. Thurn, second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next, request for authorize the president to sign CA with Brian Crucial, Ward 2. Same thing, CA. Motion by Mr. Brew, second by Mr. Thurn, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval to perform site identified collapsing culvert issues at 2509 Highway 115. Inspection.
Yeah, there's a huge hole. We got to identify what the problem is, and then we'll come back to the very, proposal for the fall. Motion.
Third, second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Any other? Can adjourn by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
At 4:35, we'll get the personnel committee meeting started. All members of the president except Mr. Palmer and Mr. Carter. Item 1, request approval to hire an accountant at 38, step 16.
Yes, the personnel committee chairman and myself conducted some interviews, and we do have a recommendation of Ms. Mallory Cavalier at a grade 8, step 16. That is to replace the previous employee that resigned.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Larkin, second by Mr. Blanford. All in favor? Aye. Nay, motion passed. Item 2, request approval to end probationary period for maintenance worker 7/11/26. Yeah, I recommend it. Very good employee.
You have to tell me who that is.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Narcan. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay, motion passed. Item 3, request approval to send animal control officer to LACCA training funded through a scholarship awarded to animal control officer July 13th to July 17th, 2026. Gentlemen, I'll provide you a copy of it. The association gave us an annual scholarship. It was awarded to us for Miss Shannon to attend this free of charge.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Narcan,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes, motion passed.
Motion
Motion to
adjourned.
adjourn by Mr. Narcan, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Meeting adjourned.
Go ahead and get started with the insurance committee. Let the record reflect, all members present except for Mr. Palmville. On item discussed, renewal, property casual insurance, author Jay Gallagher.
Good afternoon, and thank y'all for giving us a few minutes. I'm here to summarize the marketing efforts of the property and casualty insurance for this year. I'm gonna jump to page number 8. And basically what we do is we go out in the marketplace, we negotiate your renewals with various carriers. So we are doing the shopping of the insurance for you guys, and we report back the results. If you look down, I counted it's about 45 different markets between the property and casualty and all lines of coverage. And come up with a proposal based on the best options that we can negotiate. Page 11. And anybody that has a question as I go through it, just stop. You have 37 million in property coverage on page 11. Same deductibles. Inland Marine, you got 3.5 million. They had 3.4 last year. I changed a little bit of equipment. The only change you have is on your self-insured retention. On the package with travelers, everything's at 25,000. And I've been telling y'all for a few years, most carriers for your size, they want 100,000 retention. And we've held them from pushing us on that, but they did require us to go up to 50 this year on the auto. So, but you'll see it's reflected in the pricing too. So, and you still have an aggregate deductible, which means if you have more than one claim in a year, it stops at 175,000. Whereas these other carriers, if you had 100,000 retention with no aggregate, if you have 6 claims, that's 600,000 coming out of your pocket. You would never come out more than 175. But any one claim, it would be 50 on auto, 25 on the other line. Page 12 summarizes. I'm sure that's the highlight of what you want to see. Starting with the property, as you can see, the first item, it's coming down by 40, I think I'm reading my right, $41,000, 7% reduction. That's the property coverage. We list out a bunch of different carriers. That's what we need to do to get to the point of getting you the best program together. The equipment policy is the Inland Marine. That came down a couple of thousand, 44 to 42. And then the next section is the Travelers Indemnity Company. That's who writes the major part of your package, and they've been doing so for quite a few years. And like I said, it's nice to be grandfathered in because most carriers are not really writing a whole lot of new public entity. And if they do, they write it at 100,000 or 250,000 retention. That would be terrible for you guys. I think I told you about everything else. Your auto physical damage is still at $2,500. So,
Well, your public entity commercial package, we're down a few thousand also.
yeah, you're right. I should have mentioned that. That's important. Yeah, it did go down 413 to 405. So between the property and all three actually came down. So that's good news. So when you look down identity fraud, you'll pay that in full for 3 years to get a discount. So you don't have to pay it this year. And then the cyber and privacy, a very minor change there. So you can see the bottom line, it's down by, and I did this arithmetic for you. It's a reduction of $52,833.94 to the good for the police jury. So hopefully that helps your budget. And I just made a note, your property has come down too from the peak of after the storms in 23. It was at 641 and you had 536 for a difference of 104,000. So everything's going in a good direction for you guys. So, and that's the one good thing I can say is we take it really responsibility to try and put you in markets that's not only going to be here to save you money this year, but to be there after we have the big claim. So they're comfortable with you guys, and I'm very comfortable with the program. That's basically it. Unless you have questions, we just need to okay to get some binders out with the carriers. You know, in hurricane season, so I'm ready to get it behind us if we can, because it might get busy. You never know. Knock on wood. I shouldn't even thought of one thing.
So right now, if the full jury, would approve, that would lock us into where we would save $52,000, almost $53,000. Remember last year, we had a savings of roughly about 18,000. So when you put that on top, that's an extra 34,000 added to 2026, which is, we can use every penny we can to save. So that's good, and we're still locked in with the same carriers. I was kind of optimistic, especially dealing with travelers, based on a couple of things we still have out there that whether it's in litigations or claims or whatever. I was kind of optimistic that travelers would go up on us, but we've been with them for a while and they held their ground with us, so I'm kind of impressed with that. Jurors, y'all got it? Y'all got any questions? Or anything?
Property schedule. Is it supposed to be in here?
I don't have it with me, I'm sorry. It's part of the big.
I don't think the numbers will include it.
I know we've had it before, that's why.
I may have forgot to put it there. It is 37 million.
Maybe they included this list instead.
I thought you had mentioned about 37.
Yeah.
About the same.
It's 37 million. It's almost the same as last year.
Like 200,000 more.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, note that on page. Yeah. But I could send an email.
I just would like to make sure that, I mean, we've
Not necessarily.
gotten rid of some vehicles and got new vehicles, just want to make sure it's
We
current and
track
up to
that
date.
before they price it, they send it to us, we cross-reference it with the asset list, the asset inventory, and
Absolutely. And what we do, we start like 120 days ago. And we see. And you can ask him, hey, we know things might change from that time period that they sent us the schedules. Just this week, she sent us some more changes, which this is reflecting 2 vehicles that y'all did send. Or in the process itself. That's true. Thank
got rid of them today.
you. You almost waited too late, almost couldn't get that in. That's good.
I make a motion to approve the 994,096.43.
Can I entertain a second?
Yeah, I'm gonna accept.
Got a motion by Mr. Nakane, got a second by Mr. Bro to renew our property and casual insurance with Arthur J. Gallagher for 2026. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Meeting adjourned.
Road and Bridge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
We'll go ahead and get started with the Road and Bridge Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present, except for Mr. Ponville. Mr. Sawa, I saw him just walk in.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll skip it right quick. I see there's something on there to this, item number 2 to discuss LE1 road, LE1 overlay. Who put that on the agenda?
I don't know who put it on, but I'll be okay talking
Go
about
ahead,
it.
let's talk.
Myself.
So I had
I think he put it.
I had a conversation with, Chastity, our new state rep on the north end of the parish. And I just let her know that, we've had, I'm affiliated with the fire department of Pankerville, and we've had several accidents as a direct result of these bulges on LA1. Yeah, throwing the cars, basically knocking them out of control. So I wanted to make sure she was aware of that. And all of the conversations that I've had and anything that I look at DOTD, I don't see anything in the future for LA1.
Not scheduled, not on the schedule.
Always seven supposed to be blacktop, it wasn't on the schedule either.
What creates that though is the concrete under the blacktop. And with the heat, it expands, and that's what pops up the bumps.
I understand, that's their responsibility to figure out why. It's just our responsibility to let them know.
That's.
So, but I let her know that that's from parish line to parish line. It needs to be addressed
It should go to.
in our parish. And, so I'm just passing that on, and I did have that conversation with her, actually Monday of this week for that road. She has not gotten back to me yet on it.
But I sent a resolution to the DOTD asking to, prioritize LA1 overlay parish line, see what happens.
Now, I do know that the LA1 is, I forget how they classify it, but it's eligible for use federal funds. that they receive.
Because it's a corridor.
Hurricane evacuation.
Highway 70, 80, I don't know what happened to
But
that.
Highway 996 is not. So I'm just want to say, if you're talking about, prioritizing one over the other, there's different pots of money to be able to do it. So, I just think it's for them to know that this road needs some attention and needs to be put on the list. I wouldn't be in agreement to saying that we prioritize one over the other, because I know that
Put it on
a
there.
lot of our roads are
Oh,
horrible.
yeah, Highway 7 and Bear River.
And the
bad.
parish as a whole needs to be a priority of DOTD.
So,
I would
so
like to
does,
also
so
add
does
400.
does DOTD, fills out the federal applications to get the money awarded for the overlay? I don't think it's nothing we could do from a parish standpoint, huh?
Well, I'm gonna tell you something that was told to me that, I don't know how true it was, but they said the money that was intended for our district was sent to repave the road for the Hyundai steel plant, to redo that road.
I
I'm
thought
just
Central
telling-
Parish was doing that road on their own, from what I got.
I'm telling you that they said the money that was allocated to our parish from DOTD was being redirected to that
And they
road.
keep the Highway 7 and they made some marking, cut some
So-
lines all out, they left, never come back.
So,
That was a year ago.
and I would say, if we're gonna send a letter to DOTD, send it directly to Secretary Leday. I want him to receive it personally.
Secretary of the date.
Yes.
And I'd like to add 400, Elliot 400 to that list for this term. It's,
Well, we sent in the letters, say all
Yeah, all
the
state,
highways
state
in
highways.
Assumption County.
the kids have to walk and go to highway to go to their park.
Maybe be in favor of asking the administrator to come meet with us again, like we had before, to discuss these roads with the jurors. I mean, so we can request that meeting would be with Mr.
Let's do
Stevens.
that. Request a meeting with jurors.
Yeah, instead of,
Who you want the meeting?
Mr. Joshua Stevens.
Joshua. But don't send a letter to him?
No, I think we send a letter to Secretary Leday. I want him to know that this is
Okay.
important to us.
Okay.
item number 3.
We'll make a motion on that
Okay.
just for formality.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Blanchard, also have a second by Mr. Nakane to send a resolution to the Secretary Leday on behalf of all the state roads in Assumption Parish. And also, to send a formal request to Mr. Josh Stoops with DOTD, to come to the next, police jury meeting. Second meeting in the month.
Motion that.
Got a motion by Mr. Blanchard, got a second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. We'll pivot back to item number 1, Mr. Savoy with the road overlay.
Yes, apologize, I'm running a little bit late. With regard to the road update, they have been patching and doing minor paving in the areas of Ward 2 and 4 right now. They were actually on Palm Lane, as of this afternoon. They had to pause for short rain, but then they were able to, it passed quickly enough, we were able to get back to work. They're gonna continue on those things. They're actually gonna be moving to Dogwood Lane tomorrow. Once we see where we have at least a little bit of a decent stretch without a long-term rain, they're gonna bring the big paver in and start capping a lot of these finished patches. There's some finished patches in Ward 6 as well that we did the rough patching, we did the drainage repairs, but we've got to bring in that paver and get that done. The problem is the rain has been a hindrance there, but we're working around it, and as I said, they're gonna be back in the parish again tomorrow.
Where are they going next?
From there, they should be moving, right now, the projected schedule is to move into 5 from that 2-4 section, to the 5 area. Concrete contractor is working on Andres Street. He should be back there in the morning. We received an update today. He's got both sides poured. With regards to Andres, as I had told you all in the beginning, there were 2 to 4 sections that were questionable that we added to the contract. They were still within the confines of the budget. During construction, we had 2 additional panels that had cracked. During the heavy rains, we had paused. Remember, that was during that stretch of heavy rain where we actually stopped them from doing any work, because we didn't want to open up the street any further. We did have two, panels on the end. They are in the process of repairing those panels tomorrow. So that will be an additional cost, but as of right now, what we're projecting, we still will be under budget for Ward 3. Because we did have some underruns on some other things. So we're hopefully able to cover those costs. If it does appear to be an overrun or something, I will be bringing that, keep you updated on the budget and I'll bring it back before you. But as of right now, we should be okay. Are there any other questions?
Good, all right.
I
Thank
have
you,
a-
Joe. You got one?
Yeah, I'd just like to know what's our status of, Bayou Drive and, Sweet Haven. I'm not Sweet, Ruling Moran.
Bayou Drive and Bruley Moran, we pushed those two streets to the end because they're gonna be that's a major mobilization for both of those. So we've kind of pushed them towards the end of the project. They are still right now with the concessions and deletions that we were able to, or reductions we were able to make on Bayou Drive, should be able to cover our cost, any additional costs that we see right now on halfway Bruley Moran. There are some things that we are putting in the works to get out of the way now in preps of Bruley Moran as I'm working on getting the water line relocated. As well as we need to make sure our paperwork is in order regarding the widening right away. So we want to make sure all of that's in order. So that's part of the reason those got pushed towards the end.
Yeah, I understand the construction will be pushed toward the end, but the documentation to get the plans ready for what needs to happen and all, are we moving forward with that?
Yes, we are. My office is preparing, we are preparing those plans. We are in the process of preparing new plans. We have the overalls done. There's things, like I said, want to make sure the right of ways, and that outer line.
Trying to get the.
Yes, it is.
Documentation.
The documents, as far as the construction documents, as far as the new plans are in the works, and we will be providing those to you well in advance of that construction happening. To give you a time frame, I don't want to nail it down, but I would say within the next 2 meetings, I would give me about 2 meetings, because there are some things that are holding us up, or not holding us up, but hurdles that we've got to clear out and cross. If I'm able to get those done faster than that, I will let you know, but I'm looking at about a month and those plans will be finished.
I just know if we have a couple culvert crossings on both of those projects that need to be replaced,
Yes.
and if we can get those replaced and bedded so that they can be packed before the paving, it'd be a lot better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we have been in contact with Mr. Blankenship as well as the contractor regarding the culvert crossings and other items. I don't want to cut them open too early because of the fact with all the rain that we're getting, especially like, for instance, on Bayou Drive, the water table, especially when it's very high, you really don't want to get into opening that street up, and even though you're packing it with limestone, any more infiltration coming in there can cause issues. So we got to keep a fine balance there, but I agree with you. We want it done in advance so that it's ready to go when the paving's done, but I don't want to be too far out where it stays open and maybe create some other issues.
Do we know the timeline for the existing paving to be completed?
Once, we're trying to nail
About
that. Yes, no, I
within a month.
understand. We were looking at the end of August. We were originally looking at the end of this month, but with the rains, we've actually been delayed over a month with between the various rains and so forth. I think you remember, I talked to y'all, there was about a 3-week lull where we had very little paving done.
Sure.
So we're about a month behind, so we're projecting the end of August right now.
Right. But I would think we'd want the culverts bedded for about 6 weeks before it's paved, right, to have it packed. So that'd be
We'll,
next week.
well, I'll get with Brian and the contractor this coming week, and we can see about getting that done. I just really want to be cautious about the weather and any infiltration that may happen during, especially cutting
No,
those.
I understand. I just want to make sure that they get enough time to pack also, so that we're not dealing with Lee Drive issues.
You got those size culverts in the house?
No, we don't do that.
We don't do that.
We gotta order it per project to make sure. The water table is gonna be an issue if it's too high, you know.
No, I completely
And
understand.
we've
I
been having
just,
high water.
it just, the timeline's not lining up to me to where it says it's gonna be at the end of the project, which is at the end of August, but we need to, I just,
I have to do that for winter time.
Yeah, we may have to, we have to see a decrease in the water level before we can be able to change the cross culverts. You know, it's gonna be wet and it's gonna end up sinking like it did the last time.
And look, you're, as far as your contract time and what, you know, this contract, the current paver runs through the end of December. So, I mean, we have time there. It's not that I'm trying to prolong him working or anything, but I also don't want to rush into a situation where, as he's saying, we got high water tables. We've got to kind of watch that.
Sure, no, I completely
And
understand.
look, and to say that, I 100%
Right, I get it.
100% agree with what you're saying. We want it done correctly. We want it compacted, and we want it to compact for a long enough time where, you know, we don't see future subsidence if we can help it. It's kind of a fine line, and we're gonna stay on it.
If both of y'all putting your eyes on it, and it's coming to the latter part of the program, and we continue to get this summer pattern, then y'all need to bring a recommendation back to the jury. But it doesn't make, I understand what he's saying, but it doesn't make sense for us to go and put something in, and we're gonna be back at square one again.
We can't put,
You
No,
know,
look, we're gonna.
can we
stay
just
on top
cement
of
instead of blacktop it? Cut the cement? Later on?
It's an option, but you're dealing with two different road surfaces. I know, especially in the case of Maya Drive, you'd like a monolithic pour.
Halfway Bruley Moran doesn't have a water table problem, so. that would
No,
be-
no, they were just trying to time those two mobilizations.
No, I understand.
The Bruley Moran is not the water table issue.
Okay.
I didn't mean to give that impression.
That's the impression.
Bruley Moran, we have to know that our right of ways, for our road widths, because we're, as you know, we're relocating the ditch over, we're relocating the head lane over, and we have a water line to relocate there. So those issues, which are being addressed now, in advance, Bruley Moran is being taken care of.
I'm just
So
asking.
that's
for-
something-
Correct, no,
that's something we
to
can
give
work
you
on-
the
we can work
information,
on
the water
now.
table
Okay,
issues, are on Bayou Drive.
All right, thank you, Joe.
How about fines, Peter? Is there any more work going on there?
Y'all know now.
Yeah, they're doing patching,
This side, right now.
yeah, they're doing patching
The
now.
line is in the middle.
They're doing patching now.
All right, thank you, Joe. Item number 3, request approval for president to sign LPA responsible charge to sign the DOTD design waiver document.
Yeah, that's for Rudy Cage and over by your Pierpont Bridge replacement. That's gonna take place. We just need to sign it.
Oh, while we talk about signs,
Signing.
signing, but look by signs, the boot you're putting in the Bell River is halfway down the road. So,
Floated when the high water came?
yeah, somebody go get it. They thought it was somebody's, wall.
Can I entertain a motion on item number 3?
Do we have the design waiver? No. All right, I just like to.
You want to see it?
Oh, I'll give it, I'll show you.
I mean, I'm already authorizing signature of it,
You wanna
but
see it
I'd
before
just
they-
like
they
to
wanna
read
see
it
it
You want to
before.
sit and see it? Yeah.
It was put on hold for a little bit and then it came back. I don't know. They just sent it back again because it was put on hold for a little bit, so like in another 25.
This will be good.
Okay.
That's my move. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. It's related to the distance of the approaches and not, because of the length of the approaches, they can't satisfy the distance that is normally required on a DOTD bridge, but it has a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, so reducing the length of the curbs is not an issue. So I have no issue. Motion no.
We got a motion by, Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Knock. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, ayes have it, motion carried. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Got a motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Knock. Meeting adjourned.
All right, we call the finance committee meeting to order, record reflect, all members are present except Mr. Carter. First item, request approval to pay list of bills submitted through July 2nd, 2026. Moved by Mr. Alcorn. Second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next item, discuss litigation relative to case number 39-658, Division B, 23 Third Judicial District. Motion to go into executive session. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Alcorn, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right, motion to go back in, regular session by Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold up, I gotta get a second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Back in regular session. Discuss litigation.
To accept, recommendation of outside counsel.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'll say we got some, deviations. You do?
Yes, we do. Hold on, let me finish writing this. Okay,
Thank you, Dwight.
Thank you.
take it away. I need approval for the president to sign a letter authorizing the Department of Treasury to authorize himself and myself to be authorized officials relative to the Restore Act.
Next item.
That's one item, and then the next item is to authorize myself to be, well, let me give you a little backup. This board approved Brian, the parish manager, to be able to execute contracts up to $30,000 from a single source vendor without coming before the parish. Well, we had a meeting today to discuss issues, and the question was asked about what if Brian is not available and a contract needed to be executed that day because of service. So we'd like a backup person, To be assigned. myself. Yeah.
Motion deviate.
All right, motion by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor? Opposed?
No, that was deviations.
No.
I listed them first
You
now.
just-
Okay.
Now we do it. So we take the first item, well, we didn't know what we
A
do.
letter to Department of Treasury authorizing myself and yourself as authorized officials relative to the Restore Act.
Motion, second. Any public comment? No public comment, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Second item.
And the second item is to authorize myself as the backup to the parish manager for the execution of single source vendor contracts not to exceed $30,000.
Motion, second. Any public comment?
Who made that motion?
Mike,
Mike and-
second.
Okay.
Any public comment? No public comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving out. Motion carried by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
It is 5:20. We'll get the Engineering Grants Committee meeting called to order. Let the record reflect all are present except for Mr. Pineville. First item is update from GIS Engineering.
Good afternoon. Belrose Lane, we're still waiting for the direction, from Mr. Salvo, whenever that project is, ready to bid.
Let him give an update for us.
And I apologize as Mr. Twain was not aware of this, as we just finished some of this paperwork about an hour ago. So what we have is we have a preliminary opinion of cost on the redesign, as well as a preliminary layout, just for your information purposes tonight. Apologize, we were not able to send it in advance of the meeting. I had some mitigating circumstances that prohibited us from completing it in the time fashion that we wanted, so I'm gonna pass that out. And as I said, it's just for your information purposes tonight, nothing needed to be acted on. Yeah, if you don't mind. Just gotta stack this.
And do you think we'll be ready for, to go out for bid in for our next meeting?
Yes, yes. Provided that, if we see the opinion of cost, I think we're, right now, we're slightly over, but as you know, as we discussed this afternoon, we are still looking at some things. This is a preliminary estimate. So if we can see some places where we might be able to get some of these numbers down, we could possibly get back within, I think the projected budget that you gave me was around 220.
So we have 225, so we cannot go out for bid unless our opinion of cost is below project budget.
I understand. So before contingencies, I'm looking at 236. Again, this is an opinion of cost. I'm gonna be contacting some contractors that recently proposed drainage work in the parish to see. The biggest unknown here, gentlemen, is is the $15,000 to install the parish supplied large culverts in the back. And we also have an estimated, another large number in there is the limestone bedding needed for, as a road maintenance aggregate and bedding on those large culverts. That in and of itself, we're looking at, around $60 to $70 a ton for limestone, and estimating the size of those culverts and what we need to get them in place. You're looking at around $50,000 worth of limestone. The saw cutting and patching, if we're able to get this done, we may be able to piggyback that. The patching, get a cost from Epic Paving on the patching. Their patching would be lower. We could save some money there. I feel confident that with some tweaks and adjustments, we may be able to get this cost estimate down, but I didn't want to hold it back any longer.
So, Kim, as per our conversation earlier, Joseph can use our price, our bid price for this project as far as limestone goes.
What's the funding source for this? Mesa, it's federal.
But we're not physically performing any work, we're only
You
purchasing
could get the
material.
material and let the contractor put it down.
Yeah, contractor would facilitate the work, we was just allowed to use our price cost. Huh?
The parish labor being used as a.
But it wouldn't
state
be, but he's saying it
requirement.
You
wouldn't
just
be
wanna get
labor.
material though,
It's
to
material.
save on your costs or your limestone.
We'd have to confirm, find out.
You could do it.
But the total project costs $284,000. You talked about the construction cost at $236. The budget's $225, but you can't ignore the $25,000 in engineering. Okay, so it's $236 is not our number we're looking.
All right, so regarding that 25,000 for engineering, have we discussed that yet?
No, we haven't. That is something else we do have to discuss, because if you recall, on this particular project, I believe you all had terminated the previous Belrose Lane contract, so we would have to discuss. The only thing we discussed regarding the engineering fees is you had indicated that some of that, or portion of, whether a portion or all, would come possibly out of drainage, but I won't speak for you.
I'm under the impression that we still had a contract with you for the engineering for this project.
If I'm not saying you don't. I was under the impression that you all had, I had correspondence from you terminating all Go Mesa projects, so.
You sure did.
So
Every
I
last
don't
one of
know, now, I'm not here to argue the validity of the terminations or anything of that nature. If we can move forward under those contracts, I have no issue. Or if I have to present you with a new contract,
Right, and I understand that there's some redesign in here, but you were 100% paid for the previous design that went out to bid and we had to reject because it was
No,
overcost.
sir. No, sir. We were only paid the preliminary engineering of, I want to say it was about 13,000.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to rehash this conversation because we had an agreement as to what the price would be for the engineering on that project.
Well,
This was included in those list of projects that you agreed to do for that dollar amount.
understood.
I understand.
But again, you terminated those contracts. So that's where and now, moving forward, this is a completely, while you're right, there is some information, such as the surveys and so forth, I was able to reuse, but this is a complete redesign, as you're well aware.
It's not a complete redesign. There's a lot of the elements that are still there that were there before.
I'd be happy to negotiate, and I'd be happy to negotiate and discuss our fees offline once we have secured that I do in fact have a contract. I have no issue with working with you with the fees. I need to know, you're telling me that those contracts weren't terminated. I don't want to dispute that as of right now.
I'm not stating that a fact. We're gonna have to ask the Secretary Treasurer to pull that and
Melissa gonna know.
let us know.
I need to know how to move forward. I'll be happy to work with you on the fees, but there will be some fee for having to redesign these plans as far as well as all of the contract documents all have to be redone. Those previous contracts, again, were 2023, we're now 2026. So,
I
so
don't disagree with that. I just don't think 100% or 10% of total project costs.
as I
that's
said, I'd
a-
be happy to discuss and negotiate that with you once we know that we have a contract. That's why I was bringing this forward to you for
Okay.
discussion.
We'll verify that you have a contract, because, I
Yeah.
mean,
We did a lot back and forth with those contracts. I can't.
I understand.
We terminated
Yeah, look,
all,
I'm not
everything go
trying-
base because we had to go out for federal, we had to go out for procurement.
that's not true, Ron. This project, the engineering was not paid for through Go
It
Mesa.
was paid for
It was
locally.
paid for
We didn't
through
have to do
private
that.
drainage dollars, through parish drainage dollars.
That's totally different.
Well, and again, gentlemen, I'm
That's
not
why it was
disputing
separated.
that. That's why I'm bringing you the opinion across so that we can bring this to a discussion. If I have a contract and we can move forward under that, I'll be happy to meet with you and discuss whatever fee is
We'll have that
feasible.
information next meeting.
Melissa gonna know.
She just completed a current contract agreement for the auditors.
Thank you.
So, I do have one question I would ask for clarification regarding the budget. If the budget is 200 and, you said 200 and,
225,000.
is that inclusive of engineering?
No. That is construction dollars. That's what I told you. Those were
That's
construction
what I
dollars.
want to make sure, so that when, if we are making, or we, obviously, we're gonna have to make some adjustments and cuts here. I want to make sure that we adjust accordingly.
Right, so I just want to make sure that we're at that, if we go out to bid again and all bids come over budget again, then, I mean,
The project that previously went out is, we had, at that time, unit prices were allowed. Now unit prices, the bid laws regarding the unit prices has somewhat changed. At that time, we ended up, if you recall, we had broken the project into 3 phases. If you recall, when we bid that project the last time, we bid out all 3 phases of that project. So to say that necessarily it came over budget or under budget, it depending on what phase you were looking at.
it came back more than dollars we had available for the project. Can we agree on that?
We're gonna agree on. I'm
That's what matters.
Yeah, so that's why we
I'm
cannot
not-
move
I'm
forward.
not disputing any of that. I'm just, I needed to bring this opinion to you so that we could
Sure.
start this discussion.
And I guess I'm just asking, we need to see what parts we have to reduce to be able to get total construction costs under 225,000.
So, and that gets us back to, basically, we want some contingencies in there, so we need to get the 250 now down beneath the threshold. So we'd be looking at cutting somewhere in the neighborhood of about 25 to 30,000 off of this number.
Correct.
Once we can verify a contract, I have no problem. We can negotiate the fees, see what it is. But I mean, at this point, I do need to be, it will need to be, we have to have some vehicle of compensation.
I'm checking the
And-
limestone matter.
We discussed that, not to, I expected that,
That's what you gonna save on the limestone.
but I knew it had to have some reengineering, but I think I mean, as I said, I don't think
We can discuss that.
full 10% number is,
But
rather
understand at this point, when you're 3 years out, it is a complete redo of specifications and as far as the physicality and materials used, it is a complete redesign. Can I reuse some of the information that was obtained, such as the surveys and so forth? All of which were paid by my firm. So, yes. And will I offer that benefit? Absolutely. And we can discuss that.
Yeah, ask Melissa to get see if there's a legal binding contract and also see if she can pull any invoices or payments paid to Mr. Savar.
Yeah, and
regarding
I'm
that
also
project.
gonna check the drainage allocation because that's
Check.
gonna identify the payments on there. Have
Check
a
that
notes.
out.
Report back next meeting.
All right. All right. All right.
Oh, you good? All right, regarding Joe Lamar, I provided the letter that was, submitted by the parish to our environmental director. He, sent it to the Corps of Engineers, requesting an expedited, review of it. As of 1:30, 2 o'clock, when I spoke with him, he had not heard back. So I asked him if there was any recommendation from him. He recommended possibly the parish forwarding the email that he sent to the parish. I mean, excuse me, that he sent to the Corps but have the parish do it, to the colonel, saying, hey, following up, you know, this is an issue we're trying to get resolved. That was his recommendation.
I think that'd be best coming from you. Or, I mean, it's not my ward and you're the president. I mean, either come from Chris or you, I think would be appropriate to forward that email.
All right.
I can get you all that information. I'll
Yeah,
get you the
we-
contact information. I'll get you the email. Other than that, the plans and all are pretty much ready to go. So when we receive the permit, we can proceed with the bidding on that. Maury, drainage project, I did stop by, talk to the contractor that was on site, just to kind of put my eyes on it. That was a couple weeks ago. To date, we haven't received any, payrolls yet. We do follow up with them weekly. And I know at the beginning of a project, these things are starting to, as these things are starting to move along, but, we will coordinate with Mr. Savoy regarding payment to the contractors and the necessity of those certified payrolls being approved. So, we did stress that in our, pre-conference meeting with them. So we don't anticipate any issues, but we have been following up. Regarding Constan drainage, Constan Canal drainage, we submitted the 90% design in February. Permit has been submitted. Still anticipating that permit was a 6-month plan, and still working with ELOS regarding the land services. Bayou St. Vincent, we submitted 30% design in April. Arcata submitted the H&H report on Thursday, July the 6th. We're in discussions with OCD about having Arcata stamp their report. The full application will be loaded in IGX and GIS will proceed towards a 60% deliverable. The major items include details on the 6 crossing locations and adjusting project limits to work within the existing infrastructure, specifically along Bayou St. Vincent Road, the house.
All right, any questions?
Yes, like the Murray. There's very little activity in the Murray Canal, from 400 to Oakland. And I expressed that I would think that it should go further than Oakland, north. And, they said a mile and a half, but not really.
Well,
Mile and a half mile.
we would have to ask Mr. Savoy. We're just administering the Davis
But I
Bacon.
want some activity there because that's the first thing you usually do in a drainage project is clean the canal. Then you put your pumps.
The first thing they did was they just completed the cleaning of the outfall from the pumps. That needed to be facilitated first because we had no place to
You
even
have to
discharge.
move on.
That was done. Right now, we have a lag time where we are awaiting materials to arrive. All submittals have been submitted and approved back to the contractor, as well as all RFIs have been answered. So, we spoke to the contractor today. He is getting us a timetable on the deliverable of those engines and pumps. As far as extending the limits of the project further to the north, we have to stay within the confines of the scope that was bid because of the budget that we have. The majority of that budget is being spent in the replacement of the needed pumps, as well as the improvements to the canal leading up to the pump station.
How
Because
do
if we
you know
didn't,
you need those pumps? If the canals are all stopped
because the
up?
drainage, the previous drainage studies, as well as the surrounding effects of the water, even as past as this past month, if you all are, as you all are aware, the multiple rains we've had, the pumps were the critical key.
Because of let it break and all that crap.
If,
We always doing pumping water
well,
around.
the only time that flooding occurred is because when the pumps fail, and the pumps failed due to lack of electricity, so that is
Whole
the,
project
the service of this project.
is not working.
Understood?
You have to clean your canal
Yes, sir.
and ditch.
Yes, sir.
First,
Understood.
tell that to the contract.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else from GIS?
No, sir, that, concludes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Can I,
Thank you.
on the Murray, if you saw some activity down there, I got an emergency access to the adjoining property. The dirt that was used, that I spoke about before, that came from underneath the sewer plant, we went in, we cleared the levee. We have since then, on the Emergency Act, lifted that levee on Georgette Street, which allows us to pump from the inside out instead of the water coming in on us. I gave a description of the levee to the landowner. With approval, we're gonna bring it back. The $8,000 was funded for the labor. Okay, also, the parish has dug all the way from Oakley Road, all the way to the pumps. We did that previously. That was done 2 years ago, well, about a year ago, year and a half ago. The reason why we held off on the backside of Oakley right now, from where Oakley Road goes towards 1010, is because if we open that up right now, we're gonna allow a whole lot more water on the bottom half. So we have to fix the bottom half before we can dig that portion of it. We're gonna revisit it, but we don't wanna put more water,
Need
'cause
that water going that way.
but the water's already climbing over Highway 400 with the pressure we have now. If we add additional pressure to it, it's gonna get worse on us. So we need to construct the levee and finish our portion that we're doing on the Georgette corner to make sure we're not sending more water than what we can handle to the other end. That's why the top half hasn't been done on our part.
Consideration has to be done, Supreme Sugars, the old mill going to the back.
I get that part, but I'm telling you, on the Monterey side, that's why it's not included in that project. We'll take care of
Yeah,
it.
we're good.
On the
We have-
other side.
So we have enough
Okay.
water to do it.
Right.
Update from Duplantis Design Group.
Good afternoon, jurors. I have an updated schedule for you guys. I'm gonna hand out now. So on the schedule, we still have 7/22 as our date for 50%, 60% submittal to y'all and to DOTD for the permit. At that point, we'll have a preliminary cost estimate that once we get DOT's comments, we're gonna nail that down. At that point, I'd be proposing to meet with you guys again to discuss how many pumps y'all could be in the project, and then proceed after that. And the DOTD review period, I put was 30 days. I'm hoping we get it back from them, but
No guarantees on that.
Yep.
That's what we wait on permits.
what's that?
We wait on permits.
For DOT, yeah. And then, working with the environmental team on the new Verta location to make sure that they're okay with us moving it with the permit that we currently have.
Right.
So we're working through that with them.
Good. DOTD.
You think at the beginning of the 50% design, we'll have a good estimate?
So I think our estimate there is to be preliminary, waiting on DOT's comments. And then once we get those addressed, we'll be able to sharpen our pencil on the cost estimate.
Okay.
So that's why I put that meeting with you guys at the beginning of September.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Update from Infinity on the parish-wide sewer plant improvement project.
Good evening. How you doing? This is Robert Hydell with Infinity Engineering. The project is going pretty well. Construction is nearing completion. All the sites are operational except for Georgette. Blackwell Lane, they've finished grading and adding stone to the site. They still need to place the gantry winch, the roof for the electrical rack, and install the perimeter fence. At Grasafi Lane, they finished adding the stone for the driveway and areas around the wet well. The contractor still needs to install the roof for the electrical rack, install the gantry winch, and install the perimeter fence. Violet Street, outstanding construction includes installing the roof for the electrical rack, gantry winch, and installing the drainage pipe to tie into the existing drain line. Belrose wastewater treatment plant, pending final area grading, placement of the berm around the treatment plant, and install perimeter fence. Belrose Lane lift station, they've recently finished installing the gantry. Georgette wastewater treatment plant, they still have to remove the existing tank, install the gantry and perimeter fence, complete electrical routing, and as we discussed during the last meeting, that outstanding change order request number 1 for the new pumps to fit the on-site voltage supply. And that's the update.
All right. Did you have any backup documentation for that change order? That was,
Yes, I spoke to the electrical engineer and I want to apologize. My cover letter for the change order is incorrect. The pumps they have is 3-phase. However, the voltage is for is 240 voltage. The the misunderstanding is the existing voltage supply on site is 208. And the schedule for the pumps that are in the plans are 240 voltage, 3-phase. However, the voltage supply for the site is only 208. And so the rating of the pumps don't meet the rating of the site. And that was the reasoning for the need for the different pumps.
okay, any other questions right now?
No.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
Thank you.
I know we discussed my rate project already. Are there any other outstanding items for my rate drainage project? Next item, update from the grants coordinator.
I have a couple of items, that I need to bring, to the board seeking, the first one is request approval to authorize the president to sign the payment authorization form for Legat and CWEF.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, the next thing is request approval and authorize the president to sign the supplemental agreement between DOTD and Assumption Parish Police Jury for the LA1 and LA308 sidewalks project. What does this supplemental agreement say? What is it for?
Not IG? That's the Bell Road project, right?
Correct.
It should be just a regular IGA, you know. Yeah.
Widen the road, they want to make sure that the car was off. And the work done to the road.
Like I hope the platform really did.
I don't see.
The the amendment, the supplemental agreement is to include, to update the scope of the project and the responsibility table for control due to the date that the original agreement was put in. They need to update those tables, the funding tables for road control sections, and add an additional funding table.
No objection.
You got a motion on it?
I'd like to
We're
add
just gonna make sure it doesn't make us have to contribute.
like to add
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
project.
checking to see.
We can't just approve it because it came in.
No, if anything, we should save money on this project, not add. We should save money. Based off the revisions that based off the plans that we came up with, we should be saving money. Not adding.
And this recognizes the 95% by DOTD and 5%.
5% by the parish, good,
Right.
that's good, that's even better, that's even better,
Prior to that, it was 20% by the parish and 80% by federal.
saving money.
I'd like to add a project to this.
No, you can add to
You can't do
that,
that.
no, you can add to
Don't work
that.
that
I'd like
way.
to add-
We catch you on the
add
second round,
to
bro, we catch you on the second
Can't do
round.
that.
We have,
Got a motion?
we have to
Second.
cut grass, we'll add a sidewalk and bond. Those poor children have to walk in the middle of the highway to go to the park.
No, that's a different, that's a
I'm
different.
just telling you
Yeah.
what I have. and I
That's on
want
the
something
agenda
done.
later.
All
It's
right.
on the agenda.
All right,
It's
motion
okay.
to approve and authorize the president to sign. Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I also have a request for approval and authorize the president to sign the 2025-2026 CWEF contract. Okay, what project is this one? That's the, the water enrichment. 156,000, construct water lines and make water pump improvements for the waterworks.
Mhm.
It's just a pass-through for.
Okay.
We're just sponsoring these.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
Alright.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Hey,
Update.
Leroy, excuse me, can you go back to number 3? There's, with the funding from the extra funding from the sewer plant money. Did you ever talk to Mr. Francis? At the waterworks about that,
The arrow money?
I did speak to him. He was out of town and he was gonna get back to me whenever he got back in town, and I have not heard back from him yet.
All right. All right,
Okay.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. The, anything that I highlighted is kind of highlighted. That's stuff that I updated since the last meeting.
We got
Yeah, you'll see how it's great.
Oh,
It's
say
highlighted.
great.
You can't afford to everybody that color printers, so this is
Let's
highlighted.
highlight it on here.
But it's, you can tell it's a different color.
That's right. I got it.
That's
in bold.
APPJ highlight.
Meaning she tried to use color when she went black and white.
You don't have a,
All right, any other questions about any other grant projects? All right, next item, the Ag Center roof project.
At the last meeting, you all authorized us to go out to advertise the large arena roof. So we are doing that. The set bid date right now is August 13th to receive those bids. Regarding the small, excuse me, regarding the concession stand roof, at this time, we are still waiting for the fire marshal to come and do his final inspection on the actual restroom sections. With that, I spoke to the contractor who had done the roof repairs and so forth. He has sent a request for substantial completion again, as well as he is trying to obtain a clear lien and also sent a request for a waiver of the 45 days, given that we've been going back and forth for so long. I'm not in a position to answer him regarding that. However, regarding substantial completion, as far as his scope of work on the project, I think we are at a part where I'm ready to recommend that we give him substantial completion on his portion of the project, because at this point in time, the fire marshal has approved the hood system. and the kitchen area, which was under his scope and purview. The restrooms and the issues that were going on there were not under his scope and purview. Therefore, I don't want to put you in a position where we're holding something against him or give him ammunition to come back against you for anything. So I would be recommending substantial completion on his portion of the project at this time. That doesn't relinquish, what we had in punch list costs and so forth.
And as long as, like you said, it can be used for its intended purpose, his portions of the project, and we're not gonna be held up by the fire marshal, I don't see any issue with that.
Correct. And the fire marshal has given us occupancy of the kitchen portion, so I don't see where we can.
Motion to, grant substantial completion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz to grant substantial completion for the
Concession
kitchen.
stand.
Yeah,
It would be the concession stand roof, it was the name of the official project.
Second by Mr. Nakam, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Regarding this, he's calling us because he wants money. Are there gonna be monies withheld because of everything that went on? We're gonna have
As
to
it
get with
stands
you
right
at the end
now,
of this
I
meeting.
need to get with Brian to see what cost were incurred on his end as far as the project, was concerned. The only cost that we have at this time is as you know, he didn't install the insulation, so we had to get somebody to come back and put that in. There was a water line leak. I was the one who authorized the subcontract, another contractor to go out there and repair the water line leak. I covered that with Melissa. Our office is covering that expense, just because I don't want a monkey wrench thrown in the gears at this time. So I will get with Brian and see what other monies would need to be withheld in addition to the insulation and other costs that we had. And then I'll be able to give you a recommendation as far as what to withhold from retainage.
Because that
I'm-
45-day period is gonna go by fast.
Correct. I've also been told, and again, this was something legal that was brought to my attention as a new law. I have not researched it yet, and I don't want to speak from a legal side, but I'm now being told that on contracts moving forward, the public bodies may not be able to hold or assess liquidated damages in advance of an actual lawsuit. In other words,
Right, don't calculate those in your amounts, just get with the parish manager as far as what else is being withheld for outstanding items. Give that to the secretary treasurer, and then we can review everything else at that time.
correct. And I only wanted to bring it out there because it was discussed as to whether he was over contract time and what the days per damages would be. And I don't want to move forward into that realm if we don't have to.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Next item, health unit repairs.
Gentlemen, I provided y'all with a proposed timeline and a set of, drawings that's labeled as not for construction. It's just for you guys to review and look at. I know it's small writing, but I didn't have the ability to print it on a larger scale. And I also sent in the email that you can review and zoom in on to each one of you jurors.
Isn't it, Joseph, I may be misstating on the project, but at the last meeting, we talked about, I think it was the health unit repairs, and we needed a copy of the opinion of cost so I can submit to the insurance company to see if we can get additional funds?
That was regarding the additional damages on the ag center.
Okay, I need that opinion of cost so I can try.
I actually provided that opinion of cost that I'll get. I asked my assistant today to resend that to you because I had provided that with the documentation before the last meeting.
Okay.
I wasn't aware that you didn't have it.
Yeah, I didn't get it yet.
I'll
And,
have her
and
re-
just for this board to know, that was like pre-COVID and whatnot. I don't know if we're gonna have any luck with the insurance. It's been several years since this happened, but
And
we'll try.
in the past, we have been able to successfully get,
Good job.
it's a standard practice to go,
Okay.
when you get figures to go request.
Okay,
again.
just make sure I get that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's pretty good information there, Brian, so.
So the documents are under review now and will be ready to go out for bid. It's hard to read.
August
their
16 or
Gantt chart
August
here.
18. No, advertising.
We gonna start advertising July 22nd.
Why you got 3 advertising dates? 27th, 29th, and August 5th.
This is what I provided with, you have to go 45 days, if I'm not mistaken. Can be as small as 25.
But you got advertised 3
You
consecutive
gotta,
weeks.
you gotta advertise 3 times.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
Got it.
So the 22nd is our next meeting. So that's on a Wednesday. And I know I had mentioned this to you, Brian, so I don't know that there was advertisement day. I guess it'll really be advertised the next day. Right,
No,
the
the
paper-
Tuesday, the paper comes out on the Tuesday, the 21st. The paper comes out on the Tuesday.
So I guess we need to make sure that that'll make the 21st paper.
Tomorrow, send it in before 12.
Yeah, you gotta send it in this week.
Yeah.
What meeting's that next week? The following week, next Thursday, by
Oh,
next week.
yeah, by next Thursday.
By next Thursday at noon,
By next Thursday.
yes.
All right, so I would entertain a motion to go out for bid pending the parish manager's review of the project. We have to do that today in order to meet this schedule. Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And that's why you've seen the date changes we were from previously.
Okay.
I had sent an email in regards to that.
Yeah, thank you for pushing for that. If y'all recall at the last meeting, we asked that they get it ready to go out for bid for this meeting. Next item, courthouse renovation project.
So yesterday, I conducted a site visit with GLP on our side. The day before yesterday. I invited Kim into the meeting and we discussed what scope of works were gonna be done by who. And then we walked around. I provided a resolution for them. We identified a few things and there's some conversation going on about environmental reviews and things like that necessary to get it moving forward. And they took that information back and Miss Katie sent some information, some emails later on this evening asking some questions, but I haven't been able to answer them yet because we had a meeting a little early on. We viewed all the windows and the portions of the projects that we were entitled to, but we weren't able to go into the courthouse just yet because they were conducting court at the time. We went into the restrooms in the upper floor, the lower floors, discussed the repairs there, that's encompassing part of the project. And we also looked into the second phase of it, just to look interior portions of the DA's office.
You wanna address the environmental review issues right now, or no? We have 2 projects going on right now. We have Paul's RCIP and we have this one. One's upstairs, one's downstairs. From the latest information we received, RCIP has granted an exemption to having a environmental review. Okay,
Before the plans are being drawn.
Before the plans.
One will not have to be done until
and then
pre-construction.
once construction comes, you can request for another exemption from environmental review, okay? The concern we have now is GFP is coming to the table and walking through and saying they have concerns about environmental issues because of the age of the courthouse. So, as a board, I guess we have to decide, do we just start from the get-go and have an environmental review done to protect ourselves when we go out for bid in construction rather than a contractor come in? If we would even be able to get a contractor to do work without an environmental review. These are questions we don't know, but we gotta make a determination in advance.
Back when they redid it 25 some odd years ago, did they do one then?
We never did anything on the inside, like we never did windows or tore things apart. We did cosmetic.
Windows, didn't they they did the outside of them?
We painted, just paint. I don't remember any construction.
When we redid the inside of the courtroom.
We never had anything. An environmental review?
No, that's what I'm asking.
No.
No.
No. And that's, the thing is, Brian's portion is local money, so there's no requirement for it. Paul's money is not local money, but they're granting an exemption. And here we are sitting with a contractor who says, you might not be able to get a contractor to do the work because they suspect potential environmental issues.
need to get it done.
Did we signed or was a new contract drafted with the engineering company?
Some of the architects,
Yeah.
we're not finished yet, but we did approve it.
Y'all authorized it
Oh,
last
yeah.
meeting, it's just not drafted and
The
signed.
contract's not finished yet.
So what kind of coordination are we getting between GFP and Bell Butler?
So we tried to conduct a joint meeting,
We tried.
but Joe Butler wasn't able to make it. And GFP showed up, so we talked about my portion of the project and what our resolution entailed. And what we defined, and we added some things to it. But we weren't able to put the two together. And that's when the environmental review came up. We said, can we encompass maybe two lower windows into that review, but because it's a federal grant, we're unable to facilitate that.
She didn't want-
He did not want, so that means we'd have to do an independent environmental.
But what I still don't understand is her denial of the request, but an exemption was granted, so it wasn't required. That's the part that's throwing me off.
But only prior to construction.
Correct, we had to do, yeah,
Right.
it's all, it was, the exemption was granted for her to draw the plans, to start drawing funds out of OCD, for her to start the construction plans. Once we get to construction itself, yes, probably one will be required. Y'all can move faster than us because y'all parish money, we have to go through a slower process with federal money, that's the problem.
I know, but if it's required, why get the exemption? If we have to get it, why exempt?
I'm not OCD expert.
And I mean, if we approve an environmental study, then why don't we just encompass
The whole thing.
top and bottom in one study and be done with
So
it?
the last thing we want is Brian to have to do an environmental review,
Right.
and then Paul have to do an
Well, why would you
environmental
do one?
review.
Just do one and be done.
We have to make sure that that one fits the criteria of OCD.
I just do one.
So
The whole thing.
we need to have a meeting between the two architect firms to make sure there's no overlap here, because we've never had a discussion with Bell Butler prior to this mentioning of first floor, second floor, and the scope of their work.
We've met,
Yes, we did.
yes, we did. We met with,
I wasn't familiar with any mentioning of that with Bell Butler.
we discussed, we had
She
this.
came,
He came about a week and a half ago, me and Mr. Bryan and Mr. Calabro and, Mr. Diaz. We met upstairs with him, we went over specifics about, scope of work of what.
correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we get to first floor, second floor based on the last recent weather event? And RCIP, which was a weatherization program,
weatherization.
but we don't have a timeline, so it could take longer, and we needed to use local money
Just to make it
to
happen
move
fast.
fast. So that's where first floor, second floor came in.
Right. I understand that, but we have two different firms working on the same project. We need coordination between them to make sure there's no overlap.
And we are attempting to, they are
Yeah.
attempting to do
Yeah.
that. It just didn't
More than
work
once.
this most recent meeting, but that
Right,
is.
but it
that-
was because of availability, not
Yes.
intent.
Correct,
That's
exactly,
correct.
correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
They're both
Yes.
willing to work together.
There was email
It's just
exchanges
making
for
that
it.
happen.
So we just need to wait and get more information from
Yes.
them.
Okay.
That they're trying to all come to the table.
We just need to organize another meeting to try to get everybody in the same room.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do that next week.
Yes.
Next item, Shell Beach boat launch.
I just, thought, waiting CPLA to come back. Everything was signed off, you waited for them to approve it.
So it's under review
We have
right
to
now.
wait for
by-
two agencies to review. It's gonna be.
Right. Motion to adjourn by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
All right, we call our regular meeting in order, Wednesday, July 8th. Roll call of jurors, everybody present except Mr. Bonville and Mr. Carter. We start off with a prayer. God who teaches us by setting the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I accept any corrections and approval of minutes of the June 24, 26 regular meeting. Moved by Mr. Alcoin. Second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Public comment period, anything on the agenda? Anything on the agenda by the public? No public comment? Drainage Committee report. I chaired that. Mr. Fonville was absent. Also, Mr. Carter was absent. We approved the resignation of Mr. Brad Diaz for the Fairport Bell River Consolidated Drainage District, and we will search for his appointment. We had several CAAs, one with, Mahart Wilkinson,
Polly Bernard.
Polly Bernard, Lucy Ransom, and Brian Crochet. And the next item was request approval of farm site inspection, identify collapse and carbon issues at 4509 Highway 1, Ward 5. That's my report.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz to accept my report, second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Next item, personnel.
Personnel Committee met at 4:35. All members were present except Mr. Ponville and Mr. Carter. We approved to hire an accountant at grade 8, step 16. We approved during the probationary period for a maintenance worker on 7/11/26. We approved to send the animal control officer to LACCA training funded through a scholarship awarded to animal control officer July 13th through 17th, 2026. I present this all in the form of a motion.
Motion by the chair. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Insurance Committee report, Mr. Alcorn.
The Insurance Committee met this afternoon. All members were present except for Mr. Ponville. One item on the agenda. We discussed and, we approved the renewal of our property and casual insurance with Arthur J. Gallagher for 2026. And the parish has an overall reduction of $52,833.94. I give you that in the form of a motion.
Motion by the chair. Second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Finance Committee, met,
Road and Bridge.
I'm sorry, Road and Bridge.
The Road and Bridge Committee met, this afternoon. All members were present except for Mr. Ponville. We received an update, report, on our 2025 road overlay program from Mr. CJ Sapwa. We also discussed, LA1, being overlaid throughout the parish, but we, are sending a resolution to Secretary Glenn Leday, of DOTD, regarding all state highways in Assumption Parish. And we're also requesting, a meeting at our next police jury's meeting with DOTD, Josh Stoops with DOTD to also discuss certain concerns regarding our state roads. And also in item number 3, we approve and authorize the president to sign the LPA responsible charge to sign the DOTD design waiver document. I give you those 3 items in the form of a motion.
That's a motion by the chair. Second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Finance Committee report, all members were present except Mr. Carter. We request approval to pay list of bills submitted through July 2nd. We discussed litigation relative to case 39-658, and we take the advice of counsel. We had 2 deviations, Mr. Torres.
We approved a letter from the president to the Department of Treasury authorizing Kim Torres and Jeff Knockin to be authorized officials relative to the Restore Act. And we approved Kim Torres to sign as backup for contracts, backup for the parish manager for contracts not to exceed $30,000 for single vendor contracts only.
That's our report. Motion to accept by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Patro, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Engineering, Mr. Blanchard.
Yes, sir. Engineering Grants Committee met at 5:20 today. All members were present except for Mr. Ponville. We had an update from GIS Engineering regarding Jolamore Street Drainage Project, Belrose Lane Drainage Project, Bayou St. Vincent Project, and Constant Canal Project. We had an update from Duplantis Design Group. They provided a schedule for the ring levees in Pierreport Bell River area. And that schedule shows a beginning of the 50% design phase in July of 2022, and those will be ready for review by the jury, in mid-September. We had an update from Infinity Engineering, on each of the sewer stations being renovated by Mr. Hydell. We had an update on Myray Drainage Project. We had an update from the grants coordinator where we approved and authorized the president to sign the payment authorization form for LeGap and, LeGap Swell. We approved and authorized the president to sign a supplemental agreement with DOTD and APPJ for the LA 308 sidewalks project in Belrose. We approved and authorized the president to sign the 2025-2026 CWEF contract. We had an update on the Ag Center roof project. The plans are currently out to bid with a bid deadline of August 13th. We have we've also granted substantial completion for the concession stand for the portions of the project that have been authorized for occupancy by the fire marshal. We're still waiting for fire marshal approval for the bathroom portion. We had an update on the health unit repairs. We received the plans. We authorized advertising for bid pending review by the parish manager. We had an update on the courthouse renovation project. And we had an update on the Shell Beach boat launch project, where we're waiting on the state to approve the bids that we received and authorize us to proceed to construction. Present this to you in the form of a motion.
Motion by the chair, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Diaz, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item, discuss sewer treatment plan on Willow Street in Latville, Ms. Jacqueline Considary. She's not here. Table that. Next item, discuss turning right away into a street in Bertrandville, Ms. Zandra Southall. Come on up, please.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're killing it, huh?
Trying to kill you guys. So, if you're familiar with the Bertrand Street area, there's a street across from the driveway that I'm speaking, referencing to. It's Brown Street. Brown Street, it appears to have been a right of way at one time, and they turned it into a street. So I'm requesting that the south side of Bertrand Street that would run straight across from Brown Street be turned into a right of way as well. Because my neighbors further down from me, they don't have access in and out of their yard. They're elderly, so when emergency services has to come in, sometimes they have to push the bed in all the way off of through the right of way in front of my house, or go in front and the neighbors in front won't let them. But right now it's turning into, I guess you would say, type of emergency access.
Is it a current street now?
Across from it is Brown Street, but it's just a right of way right now on the opposite side, on the south side of Bertrand Street.
And you know, I'm not familiar with it.
Well, I can show you on Google Earth, but I know what she's talking about. It's like 4 or 5 trailers, correct? You take a left off of, and then you go around the back of the other houses.
That's
There's Brown
correct.
Street's on the right. I've been back there before,
Yes.
about 15 years ago, to do some work. I know exactly what she's talking about. So about 4 or 5 houses that it serves, it's not a parish road, it's just a driveway.
So right, it's actually, we gave up the land for the right of way.
Yeah, it's just a right away that was given up, I guess, when it was divided,
Yeah,
but it's
we
not a
moved
parish
it.
road,
It's
it's not a
not.
parish.
So you asking us for the parish to take it into the system?
Correct, just like the street across, because Brown Street
You want to see it?
is just
No, I
like
don't.
that. Yeah,
Brown Street is a parish street?
Yes, a little small street.
it's just, it would be just like a one lane in Bertrandville as well as Charles Street. Charles Street dead ends at one end, and you have to go around Jones Lane and the curve to access the backside of it. So it would be just like those two streets.
You love Bertrand or Jones?
I'm talking about Charles Street, but I'm
I
saying.
know what Charles Street, yeah, I know what Charles Street, that.
No, because I said, when y'all lived it off of Charles, I said Charles Street is further up as well, and you gotta go down two ends up.
All right, so right now, you understand that Brown Street passes, I guess intersects Bertrand and passes on the side of that house. And then it would be behind that house and that next trailer, where you would take a right.
Yeah, Brown's to the right, she's talking about taking it off to the left, exactly across from Brown, opposite side. It's on the south side of Bertrand. Brown's on the north side of Bertrand.
Brown is directly across from that drive.
Instead of turning in Brown, taking a right, take a left.
That would connect.
It's just dead ends. It's a driveway that services about 4 houses behind the, they got the houses on Bertrand, and you turn and go behind the houses, and there's another set of houses behind that run parallel with.
Does it have a water
With
line down
Bertrand.
down?
I do
What was
not
the
know.
question?
Y'all get your, you live on that street itself?
Off
On
of-
the,
off
on the,
of
on,
The drive, the property?
yeah.
Yes, I,
Where you get your water from?
the water meters are off on the side of, Bertrand Street.
And they just all run down that little driveway, or they run between everybody's
Well, I
houses?
mean, we have, yeah.
They run
Everybody
between
has
everybody's
their
houses.
meters
It's
off
not,
of-
I was
off
just
of
thinking,
Bertrand
I thought that was a requirement to take a road into the parish systems, that they had to have.
There's a lot of
water.
requirements to
There's a lot
take
of
roads.
requirements to do that.
you gotta meet the specs of the parish.
Where the garbage cans, where the garbage truck picks up at,
On the corner of that driveway.
so it don't go down there.
No, it's not, I don't know if it'd be wide enough for a servitude, but that's a
You couldn't turn around.
Justin question. You need at least 50-foot servitude.
Right. The road probably won't meet the specifications for the parish to adopt it. You got certain specifications you gotta
So
do.
did Brown-
But we gotta look at it. We gotta
See,
look at measurements and stuff.
we can request for Justin
She
to
needs
go and
to,
do a survey.
To go,
To
to
go
meet with
survey it
Justin.
and see if it meets all the parish requirements, specs.
Do you know
Uh,
where our permitting office is located? Right behind us upstairs. Mr. Justin Claymore is in charge of that, and he can sit down with you and tell you what the requirements are, and he can maybe go take a look at it and see if it even meets it or not meets it.
So then I would
That's the
have to
first
bring
step.
that to you guys, or
He
no?
typically would handle that request and bring it forth, but it, yeah.
Think-
Whether it meets it or not, I'm not sure whether it would be a,
I mean, it would be the same as Brown Street, so I don't
Well,
know.
but Brown Street might have been in the system years ago and a lot has changed over time.
They were grandfathered and put in 30 and 40 years ago, and it is changing, our regulations are changing now, that's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you have new regulations to meet.
But at least he can go and he
Take a
can
look at
survey
it,
it, look
yeah.
at it,
Bring it
and
back
then bring
to
the
the
report
parish.
back to us and also share a report with you too as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first step.
That's the first step.
No, you did the first step.
But on that south side, the assessor's map does show a right of way between the properties there.
Yes.
You know, it is a divided right of way. On the opposite side of the road at Brown Street, there is no right of way shown on the maps. So I think maybe Justin can work with Brian to look at that and see what's actually, you know, supposed to be the right of way there and maybe come up with an idea, but I mean, right, our ordinance would require it to be brought up to standards to be adopted.
It's a gravel road?
No, it's just, it's not really gravel, it's just dirt, it's a hardened dirt
Like a
road.
headland.
Like a headland. It just got hardened, from being used for so many years.
Yeah, it's not very long.
It's
No.
not.
That's the first step. We'll meet Mr. Claymore, Justin, and,
All the way through.
Okay.
get the ball rolling.
All right, thank you.
If we can, we can, we can't. We'll see
At
what
least
we
we're
can
gonna
do.
try.
Right
We're gonna
on.
try.
Thank you, Ms. Southall.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next item, press approval to host car show at Ag Center September 2026.
Okay,
Dave?
he's not gonna be here, but I put this request on here actually because I know now we're receiving bids, August 13th? 30 days to go to bid documents, that's September 13th. So I don't wanna contract with this individual and he needs to start advertising if he's having this. So I need some insight. And also Brian, maybe you can help us with that. He wants the dirt under the arena hard packed to be able to come in with all kind of cars. I assume that's something y'all can do. I don't know if y'all wanna do that, given it's an agricultural arena, but I'm more concerned about the construction.
So
What's the date on this?
Yeah, what's the date on this?
September 26th.
I mean, we can usually wet it down and pack it, but I don't know, you know, once you run a vehicle, it's probably break the crust and it's gonna be soft underneath it, but we.
I won't want to put my short car in.
Especially if they doing roof replacement.
Yeah.
September
I mean,
26th.
September 26th, and Joseph said we were receiving bids August 13th, so
No, September 26th won't work.
I'm just thinking not.
You gotta
No.
get bond and insurance and all that stuff.
I would suggest October 26th.
And I would prefer, Ms. Kim, to not promise a surface for those vehicles. I
Yeah,
don't know what type of
right,
cars are
just-
coming in, but if
Especially
they're
for damaged
expecting,
roof.
correct, if they're expecting a certain type of surface that we
They
can't.
want a bigger ring?
That's what I was, huh?
They want a bigger
They
ring?
want the large arena, yeah, because, yeah.
I mean, I want to help them, but at the end of the day, I mean, I think our construction need to be finished.
Exactly.
And we don't have that time. We don't
And
really.
next year.
You really have to pack it, 'cause I know with a sandbag operation bad rough.
What? Once it breaks the crust, it's gonna sink.
But then we have the ground issue, so that's another issue, you
Oh,
know.
yeah. You
How
can
much-
pack it, but it's still gonna be
How
soft
much
underneath.
packing
so
are
you
we gonna
break
be
it.
able to do for $300 rent? That we gotta unpack the next
Yeah,
day
if
if
the
somebody
next
wants
day
to
you got
use
horses,
the
you gotta
horses.
unpack.
Right,
It's agricultural.
we gotta break it again.
We used to do it all the time.
Then we can't do it.
That's what I'm here for this board. I didn't wanna make that.
Oh, yeah.
Can't do it.
We used to pack it when Bob was here, we used to pack it all the time.
Mhm.
That was part of the process, we pack it, then we chop it, but we don't do that, like, we don't work it like we used to when Bob was here. We used to
Whenever
put
they
some-
have the rodeo and stuff, I know they work hard on breaking it up and
Yeah.
they rework the dirt at that time anyway. They
They got
have to.
chisel plows, that tractor's got a chisel plow on it.
We could do it. So it's more of a construction issue then.
Yeah, first, yeah,
Provided he understands the surface that he's gonna be on there. You know, it's not like it's gonna have a cover.
No.
It'll be hard packed sand,
Yeah.
but.
We pack it for egg.
You break the crust, it's
You
gonna
can't
come out.
enter
Always
into
get it back.
contract because of
It's a
construction period times.
It's sand, it packs.
You know, I mean, it is what it is.
yeah, we gotta wait too.
We gotta wait
Yeah,
till.
we just
Well,
completed.
but hold on. How long is it gonna take for us to get material even after it comes back? Cause we're gonna have probably a 45-day procurement
Yes.
for the material. Even after the bid is awarded, the contractor can't just start. He gotta order the material.
So what's exactly wrong with the roof? Is
The
it
back porch.
leaking?
So the back
I mean,
part,
it's
the
got a-
whole tent's torn off the back.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about our liability if he am putting these expensive cars in there and something falling.
It's been like this for
Falls to
years.
water.
I know, but we, yeah. I don't-
No, I
I
mean,
need some assistance.
I think the metal is secured. That's not
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
that's not, the metal's been secured, but
It might conflict.
I don't think there's any way that we're gonna be in construction at the end of September.
I agree.
No, you got 30 days to
But
advertise.
usually like it is.
No.
I really don't see an issue in having it used for this. There's,
Might be November.
As long as he understands that the ground, yeah.
And they all sign a waiver that their pretty vehicles are not gonna be damaged
Yeah.
by.
So you take the ground the way it is, for
Yeah.
$300, you're
rental.
gonna take that ground the way it is. You're gonna take that ground the way it is. You mean to tell me it's gonna cost us more to prepare the ground than what you use in the facility? That's not gonna happen. You take it like it goes. That ain't gonna happen. No.
Like, he'll do it himself.
I think we could do what we would do normally for Ag Day.
What do we do?
Just pack it with a pack.
We're just gonna wet it down and pack it.
Pack, you got a little pack over.
We got a
there.
roller,
Yeah.
a packer, you drag behind the tractor.
See, it hasn't been in.
Okay.
But it will break the crust, cause people that are just walking in there break the crust off of it when it happens, but you just need to be aware of that.
We're gonna need to spend $1,000 in labor to get the rent on a $300.
Or I just do something standard,
Put some
saying,
lines, some lines, man.
And I
Put
honestly
some
say that I
lines.
really don't want you.
Man.
Say that out loud.
Yeah.
yeah,
Can I say
did
that
y'all
out
get
loud?
legal? Legal?
Look, guys, I just don't, I don't know, have we, in my time, we have not done anything like this with expensive vehicles that want to utilize a property that's not intended for this particular purpose. I just, again, I'm extremely concerned if it was just a, like at the, community center where it's a concrete drive or something like that, but if he's asking us to pack something and it's not to the grade or the
No.
specifications that he wants and somebody's vehicle gets damaged, I just don't want to put us in a position unnecessarily for something like this. I would like to have these events in the parish, but I don't know if this is the appropriate location for it.
Maybe offer to him, I know it's not covered, but we do rent out the parking lot at the community center.
There you go.
So
Just table,
we'd have
just
to check
table
the
it,
calendar. to
table
make
it
sure.
and have a conversation
Well,
with them.
table number 14.
They just table it, yeah. And have a conversation with them. Next.
All right.
I think the problem is, he doesn't want it exposed to weather,
I understand.
because he could have it at the ag center in the parking lot. We have
You got-
enough
you got a big
grounds,
old parking lot, yeah.
but they want the cars covered.
I understand. Request approval to reappoint Mr. Corey Crochet to the Recreation District Number 2, Fairport Bell River, effective 7/23/26. Motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Request approval to get assistance to cut grass and maintain ditches on all highways in the parish. All state highways?
And especially, 400, LA 400. Cut the trees off of the shore. It's 10-foot trees and those kids have to walk from Georgette Street to the park. And you walk in the center of the highway. It's terrible.
So the good thing about that, we're requesting to have Josh at the next meeting, right?
Yeah.
I suggest we add this to. as
So
an
we're gonna
item
add that
discussed
to it,
with
Mr. Bro.
But I wanna go all the way to 10, 11.
That's fine.
You know, to clean, to sweep it.
Well, that's fine. We're gonna add all your
Gotta get the
concerns.
water out tomorrow.
We'll add all your concerns to the next meeting when Mr. Stoops comes.
Hopefully they show up.
Hopefully he
We ought to
show up.
cut-
Right.
At least cut the grass urgent.
So
The
the
shoulder.
delay in cutting the grass, because I've been contacting them for the
They
north end of the parish.
Walking the center highway, walk from the front to the back to the park.
A DOTD employee informed, Mr. Pineville, and then I spoke to him also, that there's only one tractor to cut 3 parishes for DOTD.
There was on 308 today.
I know, and they moved to our side of the parish because we've been asking for them to come. So they cut Highway 70 and part of 308 today. So they are moving into the parish now, but we need to let, Mr. Stutes and Secretary Leday know it is unacceptable to have one tractor for 3 parishes where you should be cutting once a month and we're getting 1 or 2 cuttings a year.
Well, I have a platinum, they bought the tractors from different parishes.
I
And we've,
understand.
I've also been told in past years that their fiscal year ends in June. So by the time they get to summertime and need to start cutting grass, they don't have any more money.
They-
So fiscal year starts again in July and they start cutting grass in July again.
Right, I've mentioned that to them and talked to them about it, and they said that is not true from the state level, that the local district is using that as an excuse, and that is not an acceptable excuse. And Mr. Stutes was the one that told me that he was gonna speak to them about that, but that's not.
Still put it in writing as a resolution from the parish, but we still requested Mr. Stutes to come to let's send it to the Senate.
I sent one last meeting, but
I
I'll
know.
send another one.
All right, next item, request approval to sweep ditches out on Oakley Road to north 1.5 mile, Charles Road. Is that a drainage project?
Yes, along Oakley Road.
I thought they did.
Well, we have a project there already. We use it, clean it out. LA1 all the way to,
You got that, Brian? All right,
and the hook culverts too. You just clean the ditch if you don't clean it.
agreed. Totally agree with you.
So this is a drainage project or this is road and bridge work on?
So,
This is another portion that I was talking about earlier. We haven't got there yet.
Yeah, you get it.
It's not a project yet currently.
But it will be
It
when
will
you
be.
get there. Okay.
Good, thank you.
all right, discuss Georgette Street Light and Supreme Bridge, Charles Road.
Energy had changed some poles in the parish, and they had lights on the old poles, and they never put them on the new pole. The bridge at 308 Supreme Bridge, 1011, that 4 or 5 people ran a ditch, because what happens, the highway is banking, going toward Thibodeau, and you can't see the bridge. And the big pole, they put a big pole with no light, they had a light on the old pole, so just put the light that we've been paying for probably 50 years there.
At 308 and 10 Supreme Bridge.
1011.
1011 bridge.
And also across the Supreme Road, that's 1011, it's LA1, a long arm LED. They got a little bit of a short thing, you can't see the light.
We'll send an email to Miss Stacy.
Yeah.
That's going to Stacy.
But face that light on 308 toward toward 1011, not the bridge.
Right.
So you can see that back. And the one at Georgette, there's another big aluminum pole they put up. I even showed the contractor. He was at Lower Texas, and I brought him up there. We walked up and I showed him that we paying for a light on that pole, and the old pole had them, but they didn't put it on a new
You're
pole.
supposed to replace them.
They supposed, and we paying for that.
Yeah.
So talking about saving money, we had 300 of them in here when I first took off.
I've
That
asked
one
that
light,
question
yeah.
before about the street lights. And according to the pole relocations, it's not in their contract to replace the lights.
If they're replacing a pole with a light on it.
We
I
pay for that
understand,
light.
but also something we need to check into, Kim. The lights that don't work in the parish through the whole parish, we're paying for those lights to work. So you can get reimbursements for it. It has been done before
Let's do it for those.
on the amount of money you pay for those lights over time.
Just report them. I mean, I
We just gotta report them.
I've
If
been there
if
all
y'all
the
see
time.
a light
They
out,
requested light.
3 years
They
for them
never
to turn
put
one
'em
of mine
up.
back on.
Well, I mean, I rode the road with Leroy the other day and one of his lights was on, all of a sudden it was back
See,
on.
they don't
That's what I
put
just
the
told
old
you. It
light.
took 3 years for them to turn it back on, but they did turn it back on.
But you pay rental on that light
Put them up, they get contracts, it's
Three of
too different.
for
We'll send,
3
we'll
years.
send it to
I'll get
both-
Katie to
both
get
of our
more
reps.
information from him on that tomorrow.
Put her, thank you.
10 times.
Request approval for the president to sign agreement with DOTD covering the reimbursement to the grantee for a portion of the cost of state project number RU 180427, Council on Aging.
Yeah, that's Council on Aging reimbursement grant.
Moved by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Paddle, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request approval of CEA with Camel Cutters Access Property at Ag Center.
Yes, I drafted that, gentlemen. It's a CEA with Camel Cutters LLC, so they can manage some trees at the Ag Center, I believe, on Robinson Street.
Yeah, that's
Or
a
something close to that.
residence on
property,
Elmfield,
so it should be-
resident on Ashfield, but it needs to be accessed from the Ag Center, so.
Right.
We'll
This is utilizing our
CEA,
space.
so. Motion by Mr. Diaz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Paddle, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Request for approval of the first phase of derelict structure procedure for a dwelling located at 3023 Highway 1, Laborville. Pictures in the packet.
Did we see how much we spent so far on?
I emailed that to you. You don't remember that?
We never decided that one, right?
Huh?
We didn't bring it up for discussion, though.
No, we can bring it up for discussion. We have these two and we got two more that came in this week.
Yeah, but I think what we had talked about is sending the first phase is just notifying them, then just going to the second phase that would cost us the money.
I did send an email. I can pull it again, but
Motion for
I
the
sent it
first
after the
phase.
last meeting. Check on.
Motion by Mr. Bro, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carried. Yeah, first phase don't cost us anything. Request approval, and sometimes first phase works. Request approval of the first phase of derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 731 Shell Beach Road, Fairport.
Motion, we sent them the first letter about a year ago, they started cleaning up, they quit.
From my understanding on this one, we're gonna have to redo it next week because the complaint came in at 7:31, the paperwork. But yet when the assessment and whatnot was pulled, this address is wrong. In the meantime, we got another complaint for the right address this week, so we're gonna have to put that one on. So I would table this number 22,
All right, we're table
because we
number,
got another one in with the right address,
all right,
The same
Let's table.
location.
same
So
location,
it'll be
with the
on
right
next-
address,
it'll be on our next agenda.
next agenda.
Request approval to adopt ordinance 2609, Leathergrass cutting charges 1745.20. Motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Patero. Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We got several occupational licenses. We got Talking Kim out of Laverville, Sky Snowball, Laverville, Rapid Lab Couriers, Anchorville, and Seaball Around Services LLC, Laverville, Family Dollar, Fairport, La Petite Amis Early Learning Center in Napoleonville, Marie Claire Home LLC, Pankerville, and Nick Nats, Napoleonville. Any questions? None of them favoring alcohol and all small businesses, motion approved. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr.
Virginia.
Second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Any other business? Motion adjourned. Motion adjourned by Mr. Blanchard, second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried.